Good morning. Or whatever it is, wherever you are. One of the things I was thinking about is we've got kind of two build processes going on right now. Did I do this off the monitor? No. So dump was... What was this VHML? Yeah, that was still you. Dump was also Lua stuff. Oh, did I not rebuild cache? Yeah, import monitor. As I had this and I had the other monitor, and the generated code was not re-triggering. I was almost thinking maybe I need to work a make system, but I could also just... see, this would be an Elm. Well, it's a bit of a command. To do that and then build that, and we only have one thing running. And we'd appear to have left it in a state where... Oh, is it still self-triggering now? Okay, we are watching source. Hey, would a build system... any kind of file watcher would get triggered by that. No, because I had... Wait, because I had watching source, watching JS. Oh, but this now builds to... This build... No, this builds to public. Alright, so this actually means we... Oh, this might just be a... we haven't generated all the arguments yet. So, layout... God data needs the first argument to be God data. This is highlighting connectors for some reason. Oh, that's this thing. Oh, this thing is a record, not what it's expecting. And what's generating this? Is this all just import data? No, I had encode L modules. This is traits. But this was layout. Okay, so it was happy with that compile. Let's see, we got God, look, color, traits is blank, layout is blank. Yes. Data traits, I guess? Data traits. Is trait? I guess the simplest thing we could encode would be a empty record, which won't compile, but it'll test out this expression up here. Oh wait, maybe traits is the list of gods. Actually, the operator here is, oh no, traits is gods. This is individual god. So this is a god data record, which is indeed a list of trait. Oh, it's not. Oh, do I never get that? We've got a requirements cache. We've got duos. Do I never need to get that? Oh, I probably have a thing for all basic boons, huh? Oh, that's a god data. Okay, and then it won't be happy with the fact those are empty records. So a individual trait is that. I mean, really, I guess I should fill something in here. You're just a string. All right, so you're a string. You're effectively a string. You're just a string. Boon type and requirements are special. And they're going to be complicated to do. So requirements can be a none. What is that? Oh. Actually, this would be string. We could have been doing this. Maybe we take these two things and then try to dummy those out for a little bit. Oh no, it's requirements. So we can make this program compile by doing something to the effect of empty record. Just the downstream won't work. Valid definition with the type annotation. typo. And then it's unhappy because those don't match. All right, so requirements. Have we had to do anything that's just a straight up symbol yet? Where's it the God ID, right? Yeah. It's a val. And did we manage to get rid of the, yeah, we managed to get rid of the none type. So technically that would be a constructor. Oop. A named constructor to a list of arguments. And then this just compiles, so it's good. Okay. That's going to require me to thread some data, I think. All right, so you can be none. You can be one of. Or you can be one from each set. List of T's. So this is going to be a qualified function. And this is a list.map of string over, well, set.fromList. Do we even have a set.map? It'd probably even do a set, wouldn't it? Creating a new set with no duplicates. Yeah, so that would not give us the list we need. And actually, you couldn't have a. Well, no, this is going to a string. Well, no, it's a string expression though. All right, and this is probably something that we're going to need. Set.fromList of this. We could flip this around into a pipeline, but I guess it's already here. And then you are... We have a list. Oh, we have to put this on here. No, this is a construct. Now you're probably an array of arguments. One from each set. Now you have to be a list of... Oops. List.map set onto this. Oh, right. 64. This is a set of trait ID, although they're effectively strings. Got 3 instead. Function or value? Oh, module name is a list, right? Because it could be multiple. No. No, it got 3. Oh, you know what? Apply is probably a separate step. I need a break. I need a break. I'll be back in a moment, though. Alright. Well, actually, that's all I can take. Probably should have made more space for that.
So wait, on the debug side, like on the development side, is there coordinates for you guys?
Coordinates?
What?
Like X, Y, and Z?
Coordinates. I know of nothing like that.
Because the game has to know somehow. So
yeah, well,
why not
I mean,
display
we've
it as
definitely
well?
seen debug tools in some of the dev streams that they fire to do cooking on. Oh, well, sterile wool pad. Well, hey, this is how you learn the recipes. Did I just have a baby while dying? Really? Okay, yeah, I'd never heard that before. From what little I've looked into my ancestry, it was, well, I mean, it's a little bit all over the place, but more British Isles centric, but, you know, lots of stuff. All right. So this is there, and then we have to apply this. No. Fly expects one argument? List node express. Oh, maybe. Is that how you do functions? Oh, from list to list. Oh, okay. That, however, is in our top level. What's our top level import data? Oh, there was an incremental form of something? Maybe they'd be more useful? So file is the type. Build an import statement. Incrementally build, import, and exposing. So I'd have to return or thread this through. Hmm. Let's see, that's an expose all. This is an import statement, maybe exposing. So what's an exposing? That's an add. Expose. Type or alias. List node top level expose. Ah, okay, so this is the top level expose is something different. So to have multiples of these, you have to have. Oh, and this is a maybe. Expose explicit, which is a list. And I guess that would be a closed type expose. More parentheses. Needs the first argument to be a set. So we did not give you proper arguments. Okay, so what do we generate here? None, 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 none. And that's requirements. Okay, well there's a one of. We did not actually make a list. Although I have to say, I'm not sure I trust the application of the construct here, because I'm not seeing the things I would need, like parentheses or something, to indicate that's all together. But we have to treat set dot. Okay, it's treated as an application. Right, this can be a list of arguments. So I see this is not correct. We need to make a list of this and its one argument. Its argument would be a list. We have to have a list expression. Yeah, we have to explicitly put in parentheses. That's disappointing. Oh, no, that went inside there. No, wait. Apply from list. Construct. Oh, this is where we need this. No, you have a list of expressions. Which we only have one argument. And then that compiles. Now this we could also do with one of the operators. Like we could say set and then construct. Blah, 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 blah. Now it looks like one from each set also worked out. Because even in the basic boons, I don't think we've done duos yet. There were some that had one from each set. Ah, you were a list, so you were all... So this provided the termination. And then these were each individual items. All right, boon type. All right, so val, we only did God once. Is that worth wrapping up? God name val. I guess we've imported God name, so I don't have a good name for that. Well, maybe God. Could we do that? Of course, I'm halfway through this. What if I type expression right? Let's do a boon, isn't it? Oh. Okay, so all that compiles. That means we could do, well, this isn't actually a god. We could do that. Which means we can do this. And you are construct with a list of arguments. Oh, that's not going to work. Well, I guess it would work up to a point. Actually, these are not going to have any duo boons, so it's not a problem yet. Was it duos? What about duos? Oh, right. Make trait sorts this out. Ooh. Which means I kind of have to arbitrarily jam the duo boons back in somewhere. And I think the way I'm cutting down on passes is assuming that one of the required gods is... Well, no, duo boons don't depend on each other. We're only really depending on the other abilities to be properly tagged. So we could just assign them to anybody initially. That's going to be an extra special thing, though. Or maybe I have to have just a way that I can import those as a separate thing. All right, so we're calling out to layout. Layout is doing nothing. We have placements, which are simple, and connections, which have a connection type. Well, I guess we have point. Record. All right, so we have an ID. Just a string. We have a point, which is more complicated. And to even make that a valid record, we have to construct something. All right, so it doesn't care about the number. It's just list expression. I'm just kind of assuming it's a float. Oh, you're going to be a list, aren't you? How do we get this syntax wrong? Those are matched. Those are matched. Those are matched. Oh, maybe it's up here. And we didn't import point. Is this the only? No, this is not the only reference we have to point here. Okay. So that much works. Now, a connection is a connection. So you're also a record. With a group. You're effectively a string. A link, which we have to see if there's anything special for, maybe. And a shape, which is a whole, which is going to be a whole process. Actually, there might not be a built-in maybe thing. A maybe type annotation? Wait, a set type annotation? Is that anything's a type annotation? Oh, this is for actual like functions, but we've just got one big expression, so we're not really dealing with those much. Yeah, so this is an actual maybe, so we have to have a thing for that. No, actually, you're a connection type, not a shape. It's a little bit of both. And you have the maybe. And you have a to expression. Actually, I need more than that. Were you a vowel? I know I did just before, but that would have had an argument. No, I used just. I don't think I've had them in my data structure. This would be more like one of the gods, which was just a vowel. Would this be... construct be a vowel? Or just a list of things? No, actually, this set actually had an ID and then a list. I don't have an easy way to construct you. I guess I could just let it be a type error for now. See how things generate. Because from here we just know it's a point. And then arc is a whole archetype. This is probably just do its own thing. Although we have to put the constructor on here, don't we? Record. T dot center is a point. Radius. At dot radius is a float. From angle, at dot from angle is a float. You forgot your clothes. All right, so that program compiles. And that program compiles. Oh, I never put in this. Right, connection. That seems to have generated something bad. Oh, did I never expose you? Did I not expose layout in this? Traits. And it might be we only need line. And that compiles. That's probably kind of a biggish file, but it's going to be pre-compiled into readily available data. Oh, I put this like completely off to the side. But that's like the size of one of the data files we were pulling in. And I don't even know how big traits was. Well, okay, so it's a lot bigger than that because there's a lot more stuff. But we don't have duo boons yet. And the gods are fully obfuscated. Okay, apply fun, make trait to this list of all the gods. We need to do more stuff here. And then any other case is going to be I don't even know how to just fail. No, you're actually doing a list map, aren't you? This is not an expression, it's a list of expression. You're just a list. Oh, but I wanted to be able to go down here. So that takes over this entire thing. So I guess well, I have to redo all gods, but we could just punt to this. Oh, yeah, how about an argument? I'm in caps lock mode, aren't I? That is the wrong operator. All right, now we have to tweak this stuff all the way down. Basic boons. I guess it's a list. They're going to append, so the order doesn't really matter. Okay, so maybe I was printing it twice. Yeah, Zeus Aphrodite, so it did go on the front. So then the question is get reassembled correctly. Well, in theory, let's see, did we just, yeah, we just added traits.generated. We don't even have to do a fetch for this. Well, it's going to replace traits, right? Oh, that's going to eventually redo it. We need to change up our watchers for that. What the heck? Oh, had I already transformed some coordinates? It's like more like it would be a layout thing. Yeah, so layout has the layout data. Or maybe there are things that I did post import. Oh, we had we have some nans. Is that in the generated file? No. All right, what if we put this in a little bit later? Well, I see traits loads traits JSON. Well, that parses as a traits. But so we would fetch traits. Well, that would still load the layouts elsewhere, but. And that's just for the batch. And then anything that would happen from then would still happen. I'm still thinking we might need to be updating some data output, but. Oh. Oh. We can probably switch back to a smaller monitor for the moment. Okay, so it's still messed up initially, even though we would have continued to do some of the fetches. Although it's messed up a little bit differently. So maybe there were things during the import of layout that got done. We have an add layout. And it just put it in straight, didn't it? Yeah, that's not doing a lot of stuff. And then we wouldn't be doing anything in anything in layout decode won't be happening. And we would have already changed angle modes. Anything we'd calling would be in here somewhere. You're not really doing any coordinate stuff. Oh, okay, I had zoomed out to get to their other situation. So the nans are no good. So the easiest thing here might be to look at our data model. We don't trigger any messages here. So we do have a list of duos. We've got the list of gods. We've got the requirements cache, which seems reasonably filled out. Boon type, icon name, requirements. Right, there is no layout for these. This layout is the God specific stuff. These are all automatic. Color layout traits. There's definitely data here. Shape is a line. Got layout. That's error. Yeah, we're not doing any transform here. So how are we getting nans? I wonder, are we just able to render during a super early state of the program when we wouldn't otherwise have been able to render? You know, I didn't put this back to empty. No, it's not just a timing thing. This isn't our top level scale, is it? Oh, don't know what we did there. Graph, div. You don't have a transform. 0, 0, rotate 0, so that's not a nan. And since you have a garbage transform, I don't know if I can tell what you are. Yeah. There's a rect. This is kind of like the graph, it seems like. Where are we getting you? So this is in a translate, which means it's in some, let's see, so that's actually a X. About a half? Okay, so that's my translation matrix, so it's not that. My view matrix. And it's not actually not a matrix, but close enough. So that certainly wasn't the only one. Are our metrics port? Right. Oof. Well, I've been wanting to put that into the possibly put that into the model somewhere anyway. But I might need you to get that properly viewable. Oh wait, we definitely have a location nan. And a location is what? The location of a god? That's of a boon. Does Hermes not have duo boons removed? Since he wouldn't normally have them. $17 actually almost sounds about right for Hermes. I can't actually get this thing to show up. Word menu feather. And these are one instance each of a bunch of different numbers. Yeah, so we did remove the duos from there. Layout.get placement. Oh, those are duo boons. Oh, this is layout basic boons. Layout duo boon. Wait. Okay, that was an editor error. Did it get reset to basic boon during loading? Well, it wouldn't try to draw an invisible, though. Can we verify that this is that like all the duos garbage? Not all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, some of these are repeated. So it might just be one distance. But a number of them are messed up. If we ever hit this, it's an oops. Okay, it's not you. This is going to be a duo of things, or a tuple of things. Actually, I can see that here. Right? No, because these are only the boon locations. Huh. Makes me generate the exact same things twice? Well, that's a little sus in and of itself. So it's one opposite, opposite. No, a skip 1, a skip 2, an opposite, an opposite. And if it's a bunch of opposites, that means it can't be all one god? Can I see? What we're doing here? Oh, no, this is in. All right. So Hermes, Zeus. Right, we're not supposed to be doing duos with Hermes. Did you end up in a different order? No, Hermes is still first. Where do I deal with you versus the duo one? Right, we have the layout duo boons. Traits.duo boons. Did some things get... No, that's a duo boon. So the fact that we put it in there actually meant we did a round of processing that overwrote that, and because we took out the none case to have an error, we don't get the error detection there. So that's the many. Yeah, no way to punt. Well, no, technically. And this will be an issue if we're trying to... Oh? Ah, it's to do. We can't necessarily do that long term, but that proves that putting them into Hermes is trying to tag all of those as Hermes at some point during the pass. Probably because we go through and tag them once as the god as part of our standard processing for when we're not doing that. Yeah, because we have normally we'd have to do this to tag the duos. In this case, they've already been tagged. So funnily enough, we don't necessarily need a version of this that takes the duos separately. Although not jamming them into Hermes would be a little bit more correct. But just not redoing the tagging. So either we have to separate them back out into their individual gods, or we have an optimized load process. And then... Actually, does our decoder do make decode? You actually use make traits. Now, the traits module, I mean, that would technically mean exposing from the traits module a thing that could make unsafe traits, unless we have some sort of internal thing. Oh, no, you actually are. Well, we're encoding that into generated as a make traits. So I could have a version that does not recalculate the dependencies, which would be unsafe if you, still be unsafe if you passed it. Stuff that didn't have dependencies calculated. We could have a version that takes the duos pre-separated, which I guess that would still be skipping all of that stuff. It would just be saying our serialization to Elm would have the duos separated as well. So in that sense, it would be harder to cross the two functions up. Or I could have a function that separated the duos before. Or no, I can't separate them before, because I have no other way to get them in. So it was separate duos that ended up putting our final thing together? Oh, we have to do this. Wait, why? Oh, append duos. So I guess this could actually punt back to pre-processed. Is it actually you that does this? Yep. Oh, it does self-trigger. But that needs different arguments. So, this is not tweaked gods. This goes back to... Oh, okay, yep. You are a list. You are a list of duoboons, and then this is a list of gods. So this was the list map, and we can take that extra list out. List trait. Oh, so you have to do list.map trait. We got three. Yes. Okay, that compiles. And we don't need any of this nonsense. All right, now what have we done? We done you, we done you. To do was elsewhere, and we could leave that as long as we're doing debug logs. Oh, I guess we don't need this right now. And we still have the metrics. And the monitor, or the debug mode. Well, maybe I don't want to move the files out of public just yet, because if I'm doing rapid iteration on the designs, it would actually be more convenient to just reload. So I might conceivably want to do this in either mode. That's 2 lines. There's a bunch of other model stuff that we might want. Maybe the way to treat this is to do a model update. And then, there might be other commands. That would mean we have to do both, but sure. Maybe, well, there could also be initial commands. But this is enough for now. Okay, we've got URL stuff in there. And then well, this is stuff we might use. We think we might need someday. So there is no net, so it's not going to be happy with that. Oh, you need all the arguments. And then you need all the arguments. Wait. No, this doesn't work. Oh, this really doesn't work. I guess for parity, we should do this. And actually, at this point, we could just say model. I see. I don't have I guess we could just do bare word init. No. Knit and load. All right, now we do not have a gigantic loading time. I guess since that's a generated file, we shouldn't be checking it in. Yeah. Like, I know the JavaScript wasn't interested to check in. So source. We don't really do any tests for it. Work. We had the. I guess I did checkpoint that somewhere. And then all the things to support that. All right, the syntax generation. Modified. Oh no, yeah, this is the node script. We need to keep that. And we completed that note. Hades Boons, port data was part of that. How did layout and traits change? Yes, this is maybe it was just getting a console program set up. That was what I initially checked in. Oh, then we've got write file. There, that got write file. Ooh, what was that? Check done in. The is empty check, okay. And then pre-processed. Oh, and it had a color accessor. So we hadn't been using that. All right, so that is quality of life. We still haven't figured out that. Looking at pre-processing some of the layout stuff. Oh, are there things? And I'm not really seeing any problems right now. Got traits. We send out the extra things. Got layout. Add layout. Yeah, because I didn't really do any post-processing there. Oh. The Boon chart, if we sort of cache this stuff, if we go that far, I almost wonder if I shouldn't do this. Huh. Which raises a question of, do I ever use Duo? We use metrics for display gods. Oh, and technically we use it for hit too. What you have to check. To display gods, what do you need? This might still be the really basic stuff. You need only the list of gods and the and the distance. For our hit, wait, what are you? Your hit. You are going over the list of gods, the adjacent distance, and the duo boons. Oh, hit god. Do I use the god there, or is that just going over the list of boons again? Oh, right, we are doing subgroups there. Or we can kind of say, well, we know you clicked in this area. So it's got to be one of those. So the boon list is conceivably still bound to this. The connectors we currently just gather up and draw. Now I guess if I ever do any off-screen optimization, then having it grouped would be nice. All right, not currently exposed. And I almost want to say that should be like the Boon Chart model. Actually, a lot of this stuff could almost be more like configuration. Drag mode is sort of state. Offset zoom are sort of dynamic state. I guess active tracing, active groups is semi-dynamic too. Hello. How's it going? Hmm. Now I'm wondering if I should actually make these separate modules. Well, it's a lot more work up front, and then you get errors from the compiler, and well, I guess I can't say there's no errors at runtime. There should be no like exceptions at runtime because you can still have logical errors. A little bit ago, I had an issue with some nans creeping in, so I had to kind of put in a few debug prints and see where that was coming from. But yeah, everything's strictly typed, so you often have to do a little bit of extra to satisfy the compiler, but that's what's giving you the safety basically, because you have covered every case. If I expose that function, I can generate them from just the trait information. Do you still need traits at that point? You've got the Boon Chart model, which I don't think we ever passed the entire thing anywhere else. All right, so the display boon trait, display God still uses all of that stuff. Can we get them to just use the derived? Metric, that's using metrics gods. Wait, you've already stopped using this. Now, maybe that won't hold up to further developments. We can put that stuff in metrics. And that's all display boon trait. So that's doing the is available test. And that's it. Hmm. So that is dynamic information. Or rather, it's using dynamic information. Okay, compiled, defining it. So that's the only place we use it. And I think that's the only place we use requirements cache, huh? So we do this at build time here. That could be part of our metrics. Basic GOTS and God traits are both exposed methods. I guess my only question then would be, would I be using that anywhere in my logic stuff to figure things out? Kind of, yes, because we have to calculate the excluded traits at some point. Well, no, that's going to be an is taken that is available. Now, that level of logic still feels more appropriate to the trait definitions themselves than to the layout stuff. But that requirements cache is like the only thing that we're passing traits into the renderer for after calculating the metrics from it. I could calculate availability before coloring rendering, and then it's just displaying everything in the form to which it is appropriate. That is completely derived from the available, but it's a could do it that way. Because there are going to be times, like if we're panning and zooming around, where that's not changing. And that's just is available. That would turn to something like is member available traits or something. And of course, we also have excluded traits at some point. That's going to be even. Of course, that maybe we almost need like a model that's just like active, available, excluded. Which at some point turns into a one-to-one map of every trait has a current status. So I could put requirements cache into our metrics. Gods, duo boons, duo connectors, the angle stuff. Or I could pre-calculate available and pass that into the chart, basically kind of in place of the traits. Would it say more direct display concern? This might end up being affected a little bit by how we process it, like slot exclusions and things, which aren't in yet. But perhaps keeping the logic of that separate from the output method, you think might be a good thing. Means we're going to need a separate loop through all of the boons to determine what's available and what isn't. Actually, availability is going to be affected by the exclusion stuff, which isn't in yet. But we actually like to display exclusions differently, which makes me, which is starting to lead me back towards it's like a boon to status map or something. And or passing a function that does that. But that stuff will only change when we toggle things on and off. So it might be useful to calculate. So could we, well, we could move what we have to some sort of, basically replace active traits. Let's see, active traits, do we use that anywhere? Oh, we also use that for display boon connectors, because those are tied. If set.member, yeah. So then that doesn't become as simple. Well, we do a lookup and then see if that trait has active status. All right, so what did we change here? Oh, we changed spacing. But sure, we'll keep that when we move forward. So in the model, looking forward to exclusions, we want to have a thing that is the current boon status that we can do when boons change, but not when we like pan around. It's gonna kind of take over this, I guess. Oh, this is something that's gonna have to get shared with the view at least. And maybe we actually want that to be, that logic to be in traits. So it can be. Well, there's. It can be active. It can be available. It can be. Excluded. And I guess that would just leave us with like unavailable. And that would actually make that alphabetical as well. So apparently we had. I swear I saw it compile with that, but okay. Did I? I did expose specific things from you. Actually, I don't know if you're going to need the types or the individual subtypes. All right, then. Okay, so your traits.empty. You should actually pre-calculate once we have that, and then as we update from traits.json, I guess, if we would also do an update on that. So I guess we need the individual version of this. Oh, yeah, you need the. You need the. Well, active is the only thing we can do right now. And no, active and available. Now, if I want to use is available, I actually need the entire traits. So if set.is member, maybe you don't need requirements cache if we're gonna just use the function. I guess we could then kind of do the is excluded thing from that. Maybe it'd be possible, oops, to do the exclusion as kind of part of this processing, but it might also just complicate the logic. Oh. Oh, it's just member, okay. Is available, needs a second, okay, so traits, active traits ID. All right, and then you actually don't need all of this unless we start doing more complicated logic here. That was an individual Boon status. Oh, which gets a little weird because that kind of inverts all our arguments, because now we're operating on that. Which makes me think that that should actually flip the arguments and all the rest of this stuff too. All right, we have to do this for all of the duo boons. Is there a dict map? And then you also have like union and things. Now this is over, this is over the IDs of all of the things in some collection. So I wrote this for IDs because we had IDs where we were doing our very, very simple version. If we're doing this over boons, then, well, no, this has to do recursion, right? No. This is a dict.get on the requirements cache for the ID. So actually this is off of a, it's a trait here. This is off of a trait. And we don't actually use as available. Or unless we have a boon is available type thing. Wait, do we need traits then? We need traits to get the requirements cache. Now, this was a set.isEmpty. Because we were just doing a bool. If you have no requirements, you are available. If the, let's see, so this is the active traits with we require at least one. If it is empty, you were using a list.all here. I guess we could go back to doing this. It's like the test for the available condition. This gets kind of long though. And see, now you almost do kind of want the is available thing, but maybe this ends up also doing the exclusion stuff once we start dealing with that. Oh, I guess rather than merging the dictionaries, do we have an all boons? We probably should, just as a convenience. Wait, do a god boons. That... Oh. Well, this appears to be quite dead. Oh, no, it's all traits. It is a list trait, but that's a little bit... So that doesn't need to be nearly as complicated. Oh, we don't have a dict here, do we? We have a list. So that's a boon, but we actually need to get you to boon and ID. It's not just boon status, it is... I guess technically that takes care of that bit for us. And I didn't identify... Yeah, you're actually not a transform. Of variable. Oh, yeah. We might have some naming issues. Oh, that took traits. Wait, so what? Oh, right. I guess we pipe that into all traits and then into there. And we did Boon status, which we might not actually need out here. So when you do this, that one can do it. Oh yeah, well nothing's active at the start. Although we've got a model.active traits, so if we ever, for some reason, change that for testing or whatever. Excuse me. Maybe I copied too much stuff. Okay, that's just a cache. Though, oh, nope. That will also change. Anytime you're a model. Oh, we update active groups. Oh, this is also derived data. Oh. If we were allowing for active traits at the start, we'd also have to update active groups at the start. So that name is no longer accurate. I mean, I guess we could do another thing that's like update active traits. But when would you ever do this separately? Or update available traits. Nope. It does a to end of line, I guess. Well, that's messed up. So this is probably a better way to deal with some of this stuff. Oh, do you... You think you only return a model? Did I recompile? No, we copied it somewhere. And we're not using this. So I think I might want a little half step in here. So it does some other cleanup. Although I guess this is where we'd actually kind of prove out if the rest of this was worth it. It just... We could undo multiple commits, right? Because we're starting to get a lot of stuff, so it's harder to just reset and say, oh, that was terrible. So at the present time, a Boon chart is going to get the active groups, the active traits, and the Boon status. And then the view is going to have to pass that. Dicked again. Second argument. Where are we doing this as positional arguments? In the view. Okay, so the type feels wrong. Oh, you know what? We decompose a whole bunch of stuff in Boon chart, but I thought that that did partial... No, we do it as a model. It's a Boon chart. That's a Boon chart. Boon status. All right, so now we think the display Boon trait, instead of taking active traits, that was the only reason we needed model.traits too. Was for this line, and this line It's also taking over this, so this becomes a case. Oh, because we did do this twice. But it's a dict. So maybe we should wrap that into type 2, so we just have a get with the default. Oh, you actually do have a boon. Maybe I was thinking I would eventually do recursive status for legendary stuff. Like, is it... well, yeah, for the is something excluded, that might be true. In which case you would still need the requirements cache? Don't have to worry about which god it's in. If it's not even in there... I mean, I'm kind of mark excluded. So I don't know if I want to do that. And of course, the problem with this is I now have to define a case for excluded, even though I don't really do that yet. Maybe we should just go take that out for now. Now that this is available, and you are unavailable. All right, so that means you don't need active. We still have the active groups thing. We do have to specify this type a bit. Okay, so you need model.boon status. Right. I was thinking about that, and then we moved we flipped the terms. So right away, so the groups are still working where they used to. Oh no, we're only doing available. And I just didn't see these changing. All right, so now, is that the only thing that doesn't need traits? Oh, calculate metrics itself does it. But once we do that as a cached thing, we won't. And we're still using active traits for the groups. I guess that could use a Boon status check. So instead of a member ID, and it's not just dict member. It was member active, so this has to be active. All right, so who has... Actually, that might be a derived network right there. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that that's off of this little connector thing. That gets lit up by either of them. So that should be working fine. All right, so now the only reason you need traits is to calculate things. So Boon Chart, and this is where we have a possibility, perhaps in the future, to separate a bunch of the layout stuff from the actual drawing function. Oh, hit is you would just get traits instead of, or the metrics instead of the traits. So you'll be fine too. I guess in a sense this is some internal stuff from the chart leaking out, but if I want to maintain some information between renders, we've got to return it somewhere. Oh, that also means... So I could wrap this up into an opaque type. I'd have to go unwrapping it in various points around here. No, because I have to be able to store this. I have to be able to store something here in the model. And we are already importing Boon Chart because we had other stuff. Now, I don't think I have to mention this very often. You should almost just be like the Boon Chart model. Maybe we need to reconfigure around that sometime. And we would update you. It's not when this stuff changes, it's just when this stuff changes. Which is only going to be in 2 places. So now we're back to this. Oh, and this will update every time we get a new god into. But we'd still want to do something on the first traits. Now, I didn't qualify this, did I? Ooh. What's our empty? I guess it's this. I've got to do an intermediate model anyway, or intermediate traits anyway. So we kind of might as well. And it's not everywhere we do that. It's got traits. And it's got layout. Selection changes update the other stuff. Ed Pete. That's just during the model. We're not using it anywhere. So we think this is going to be a total takeover, actually. So you still need traits because we use it in the calculate function, but this is pointing towards a world where we split these. Metrics, and is that the only... Okay, so we use this several points here. It's basically, it's kind of like our own... It's kind of our own model in a way, and then model... Well, if it was our model, we'd have to be updating probably the zoom stuff. It does make you wonder if this is big enough to have a full submodel. Now you only need chart metrics. Should Boon Chart get 2 arguments instead of having metrics as a field? And that was hit Boon. Hit chart model.traits. Okay, so those are changing. Okay, I just got lucky and hit one of these last time. That does make sense though. Okay, so that should be a lot less work that we're doing. We're just like moving and zooming around. I mean, I guess we're still drawing a lot of stuff. We don't have to calculate as much. And actually, we could go back to this stuff now that I'm not thinking that I might change my import method, because we're just going to use the DXF parser but pre-generate. Now, does this affect any dependencies? No, figuring out scale and duo Boon positioning affects dependencies. So rotation, I guess seeing the lines affects our scale perception a little bit. Rotation, I included in the God data. Where do we... And we have to have that because we're doing the center offset. Is that calculate metrics? The initial metrics is like layout basic boons, huh? Duo boons, duo connectors, angle, adjacent distance. So this just doesn't do any boons at all? Duo boons, duo connectors. Oh yeah, duo duo. God boons. Basic boons is specifically taking a center. Oh, you calculate your own angle. Basic boons. Oh, that's for the internal circle arrangement. So if nothing, and then add center, and then do we do this? Oh, this I have to do this for connectors too. Okay, well Hermes had 0. Looks like we rotated around the wrong point. It's weird how we got the everybody swung towards each other. Oh no. This is Aries and oh, is this a case where we had negative angle? Is that something that I like put off fixing? Hmm. What's one that's more of a straight? Artemis is a kind of a straight line. That doesn't look quite right. That looks more like it. Ooh. Now, the rotations on, because some of the arcs have angles in them. So we have a thing called 2-scale. Oh, 2-scale is a local function that does, including add origin. So that'll take care of the points. God data. What? Oh, okay. Where's my... Okay, so this got put into the wrong spot. Okay, so that fixed the lines. Did arcs... Because arcs are mostly specified through their angles. So radius is fine. So we probably need to add or subtract. I guess Athena also has arcs. Yes, those are kind of in the right spot, just wrong orientation. Is that right? No, that's not right. It's weird that that would be plus the O. But now these are different. Okay, so those arcs are just... okay, it's kind of over there, which is wonky. Okay, the... Oh. Actually... Actually, I should... Oh, okay, so even my rotations are wrong here. Okay, so that makes the lines look good. Actually, these are okay as well. Huh. Maybe it was just the particular way I was doing the circles on here. But it's weird that these are positive angles and the points were negative angles. I mean, this lines up, so it's like that's flipped. All right, well, that's in and of itself a unit of work. Now, that's still a debatable thing to do. So our idea for scale which this is going to make things a little bit more complicated because it's not just a constant number. Is we take this little guideline and we use that. Now, I had previously excluded all guidelines because we don't otherwise use them. So I either have to be able to pull this out during the import process, or I have to like put this in a different group that does get imported but not included in the arcs. And this is the data format change, so it has to flow through all of our stuff. So overall layout, placement, connection, it's not, oh. So this will be a top level layout thing. Yep. So the layout type, I guess we want the radius of the circle as, I don't think centering will really be an issue, because we can still just, we can move the graphics around to indicate centering. So we've got connections. Right. This is already inefficient because we're making 2 passes through here. Although parsing was the really inefficient part. Oh, you're just an AB. And we know... Actually, you're a circle entity. Now, we still have to deal with importing circles as circles. But that's an opportunity to deal with just that section. I still have to be able to return it out of here somehow. All right, and we know the answer from this one. In fact, it ended up being the same. This will be a nice hook to make this scalable if we want to. So we know what that answer is going to be. So running decoders can be a little bit awkward because you have to think about what the underlying type actually is. So we have this whole implicit argument and implicit application. Yes, there's no argument, but we have a function of the, in this case, list of whatever I called them, values to a result. With the application happening elsewhere. And I need to get circles. And I guess I could scan it twice. Since most of the time we'll be pre-calculating stuff. All right, so... Oh, man, can I even... I can't easily remove all of this, can I? Well, at least it's only mentioned once. So I can init with other stuff. Can I do like... Can I do that? Oh, we need the exposing. No. Just to make it completely not load that. I could have a dummy file. Import traits. And then we want to return so we can swap that. I can't expose a dotted alias. So this would make us absolutely nothing. And this is where the conditional, it's like if it's empty, then fetch might have been nice. Does that get us back to a simple init? Means we have to have all these arguments. That's kind of a bummer. Of course, that's all initial model. Maybe this should be functions over model. Well, no, because whatever we pass to here has to take all those arguments. Although this could deal with all the arguments. All right, we're not using that, but we can see if it types out. Right, it doesn't because these are different types of things which we're still calling normally. Okay, now technically we have to be able to test this under both conditions. Okay, that seems fine. Well, that loads. That loads. Okay. We can work with that without having to update the generator. So layout would get a size or a scale. Radius. And we have an empty layout. Which would even be enough to do the scaling, but this is going to be the maybe more annoying part of this. So how do we get that number? Oh, even width is a little... Oh, we built this into our decoder, huh? It's just that. Did I use this internally? I just never used it. Oh, maybe it was a shortcut for this. Group code decoder. There's a second decoder there. With tag 10x. Group code value decoder. I guess even with had two, because oh, that's the value being passed through. I guess I just forgot I had that. However, if you're not doing a thing where everything is a with tag like that, then it starts to become this change in the beat. Well, there's the brute force method. Man. All right, so the connections we're getting are just some entities. And your dimensions, so you're technically a float. So the standard simple version of this, well, we know we have an entities. I don't know if I have a circle. And if it's not circle entity, it might have to be circle entity before we're done. And you're parsing that as a connection. Which is getting the layer. We're going to need that information, but we're going to be treating that as a filter in this one. And then there's the decoder for line or arc. We have a little bit like this, where we only need one of the values. So with circle entity, we need, right, in many of these, there'll only be one circle, but that would give us multiple answers. So, oh yeah, this by itself is going to give us a list. So let's see, if we map this, it's value to value, but we have to fail if it's a maybe. And that's if list is empty. Not on an individual parse. We also have to check that it's a guideline. It's a circle, it's a guideline. Oh, actually, and I'm going to have to tag it somehow, I guess. At which point, maybe it should be just be a different layer. Because that's one way to tag it, and then that could be visibly different. So it's entities where it's circle entity. If we're only doing things, oh, I did end up doing guidelines outside of the parser itself before. So we've got that part. This might be a separate function. We've got that part. We need to extract group. So we have extract ID, and then, oh, get the text and then extract the ID. So A would be, I called it group. In layer, which already does a bit of processing. That I normally run this as something like this. And then we don't really have an if construct. Right, that was the entire thing. We might want a special one for this. Well, how else would we need to identify the circle? I have to do something to it. But that would be more of a map to a bool. Or maybe this goes do that, else don't think that flows right. We need a value that would go through things. And we're kind of doing a thing where we're mixing, if we did this, we'd be mixing operators, which doesn't work. Can we do this? No, that's going to run in layer first. But maybe in layer is a decoder. Of a single value. God, decoder types are weird. Which means that it is a function. So the other way of looking at this is and then you. So we could just do that. And that's just an argument. Now, where I do these, I do typically have a subdecoder, which maybe outer circle, still decoder or float. Well, no, you're a decoder of list. But what then? I guess that's another and then. This is like outer circles. You're not you're not even a valid thing there. Because it needs a thing that decodes a list. Now, that gives us, this is where we're have to deal with the maybe stuff. Or we just destructure the list. And then this is actually just radius. All right, does that type check? Decode, or is this might be parse DXF. I probably never... Were there never a circle in there? Oh, that's probably just DXF. Maybe there were no circles when I first did this? There is indeed a circle type. Oh, is it still? Yeah, it's still 40. Oh, what was I using for arcs? Maybe it was like an angle or something? Float value. Okay. 97. Oh, do I have to succeed identity or something? The body is a decoder. Wait, isn't it list code pair to error float? I mean, oh, float not versus list float. No, entities takes a single decoder, but it returns a list. So maybe you actually are okay. But I actually have to go back and make this something other than guidelines. And then I have to add that to here to filter it out. I could do a subgroup, but I'm currently throwing out C. But then I'd be doing a string contains test instead of an equal test. So it's like, eh. And you're really like a layout radius. We could almost have a radius as a, because it seems to be that 40 seems to be a common thing. Let's see, and we're saying is equal guidelines, bad body. That's probably Athena because she has another circle in it. But why would that be a bad body? We've got a first and a rest, and I mean, if this is filtered right, there should be exactly one. Oh, I guess I don't have a one of here. So I actually need to do some kind of filter on these. Because a non-outer circle this is probably why I did guidelines as a post-process before. Because doing a selection of things is a little awkward. Now there's the one of, but that still succeeds as something, and then you'd have to like remove it from, you have to have a dummy value for the list. I think I kind of encapsulated the possibility of something failing in entities so far. Well, we're going to a particular type of entity, and then it's assumed that it matches what you're looking for. And then we've just dealt with the ones that don't match with by filtering out post process. If I wanted to say you shouldn't even be in the list, we'd have to have an invalid value, and we would have to remove them. Okay, so that loaded something. Yeah, and we're checking for guidelines. She might have other guidelines. That's why we need to tag these deliberately. Uh, That's what I was calling it in the decoder. See, that I don't care about as much. Of course, that's an individual item property, not a layer property. I guess I could make it a different color. And if we left this alone, not visibly different, but I don't know if it's worth dealing with. Now, I guess I would only know if that worked. We don't have a default value anymore. That would make the entire encoding fail. Oh, and you are... or decoding fail. Okay. So was it succeeding because it was allowed to not succeed? Or had I not compiled yet? What the heck are we getting here? Okay, so two people have circles. Artemis and Dionysus, probably. Did I just forget to save? Is that what that is? Oh, I was kind of selecting this, but I didn't really select it. That's why it wasn't changing. It's like, oh yeah, it's selected. We'll just Oh, and that actually did get a different line type, which is enough to distinguish it. Huh. I had previously done this scale just because you couldn't tell that it was even dotted. Although I guess even the line type scale could have been something to distinguish it. Just make that one extra big. Yeah, it's not going to be fundamentally different in how we look at it. Would be an easier thing to go in through and edit in everybody, though. Okay, so there was one that didn't fail. I don't think I'll use you again, but that would be a concern. Oh, I had guidelines toggled off. Oh, did we? Okay, we did save you. All right, change. You should be able to go back to default. Wait, did I? Oh, I accidentally deleted this, I guess? Oh no, I made it invisible. Ooh. Well, we know that they've all been 140 so far, so it's that one. All right, so Aries and Poseidon is left. And probably in general, these would both end up being like locked. I'm just kind of fixing it up right now. Oh, and you're even off. Okay, so Athena, of course. And who else failed? Hermes. Typos. You don't look like a typo. Is this because she's the one with other circles? I thought we filtered those out properly. So there's the group. It's hard to say what the list is here. Could I... Actually, I might not need to do the type alias. I could... Well, except I don't know how... This whole thing returns a function. If I did it so it took an argument, I'd have to be sure to pass the argument to something. Okay, mostly works. List dot, I don't know, take 10. Because I don't know which one is the problem one. But I do know which case is the problem. Well, maybe. Because I don't know why it's failing. Well, could we arrange to load just her? So yeah, that's got a bunch of circles in it. Guidelines, 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 not aid. What? You're an arc. Some operation must have cut this. Like at 0. I don't know if there's a thing to put that back. Well, there's a weird one for you. Actually, there's probably a one that was specifically like point and radius. And we still had that layer selected, so it went there. Now it is actually a circle. All right, everybody's in. That's the loader side. Do we put layout straight into our traits? Yes, that should just flow on through. Well, it went into this thing. Well, there's a whole 2-scale thing in Boon Chart, which is going to affect the connectors and the and the boons. Oh, right, we just didn't have a function for 2-scale. Well, maybe we will now. Oh, right, because we were doing 2 different things here. Still, that could be redone. All right, so his location is P. This is just some point. So that was our original scale. Now, I guess for parity, we could go ahead and pull out part of this. It's per god, but it's receiving all of the bits of it individually. And there's the god data, which has a layout, which reviews, yep, there's a layout. So this, center god angle. The scale factor is a top level thing. In metrics, it's adjacent distance. No, that's still a line, even though it like crosses this other weird point here. It's still, these two are adjacent circles. The main ring radius, so it looks like the distance is the diameter. That has to get down here. Do we have... you're returning chart metrics, which means you're calculating this as a local thing. You really only care about the radius. Can I do it? Can I do an operator there? Nope. This is why I never trust operators. So data, layout. Layout has a radius. Hopefully. This is just, I forget which way it has to go. Now maybe I was sort of hacking in some other scale factors into this. Oop. Okay, so that's not quite it. Oh. That was actually right. Whether it looks good is not sure. But we could tweak a factor from there too. Well, that might actually go back to CAD because I want to be able to, or I've been trying to draw lines to the edge. But you need the layout. Right. That's a point though. I'm probably gonna have to scale the radius of arcs and circles we import. All right, so lines are looking okay. Those don't look off, actually. I don't know why those don't need to be scaled. Unless they actually are just a little bit off. I mean, no, okay, yeah, this is over here, so that's fine. If it was just a little bit off, these lines wouldn't be matching. Oh, you know what? Maybe I had this because of scale factor? Or I had scale factor pulled out here? Aha! So I was already doing that. So this might be something we just have to live for a little bit to see how it feels. We've got, I mean, these might just be little layout adjustments. These points need to move. So that process of how we link that up is one of the things I've been wanting to figure out here. And the meter ended up with a little bit of space to run this stuff. Athena's looking like she might be a little bit tight. Because that image just seemed a bit bigger than the others. You know, like Athena, Poseidon, Zeus. I'm not sure about Aphrodite. And Ares back on the smaller end. All right, so we have scaled things. I don't know if it's figured out yet. I'm probably going to need to figure out the duo connections and then look at what that means, what that looks like on Athena, because if I might need routing space here. And we're not really going to have it so far. Particularly in consideration of what kind of routes we're going to have. So we've got, let's see, so we've got something coming off of here. We've got something coming off of here. We've got something coming off. That's two people up there. But that might have to be sneaking around this, which could be a problem. And then we ended up putting Shout over there, because that's going to interact with a couple of those things. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit exploratory. But I might want outside space. Well, I can always... One of the points of doing this thing is that I can change just her ring. And just shrink the problematic ones a little bit. And I think all I did here was... Nope, that's... It's not restoring the save status. All right, but that's a scaling thing. That leaves scaling. Name collisions are still hanging out there behind that. And I guess I'm just being lazy about that one. Oh, and now we have to export that. Looks like it needs a radius field. So that is going to be in the layout encode Elm. So placements, connectors, radius. This might actually be a pretty simple one. Oh, the pretty print was from JavaScript. The kind of useless one was from Elm. Oh, that was a debug log anyway. Yeah, we touched the layouts. Define God scale from I guess I could have also looked for the biggest circle. Sure. I've been kind of meaning to check back in and never quite feeling like it any particular day. Okay. Is that the 2 hours events channel? I might have muted that one. Okay. I'll have a look. But I think the code is at a good stopping point for today. This is going to be a nasty problem. I either have to like output the points where these hit and then take that back to the CAD files, or I have to work out some way that I can like automatically move things around, which might be hard with some of these things. Given that we're sometimes trying to get these, kind of an angle shoots across and miss our other boons and things. So I might have to start putting it into DXF and then see if I can learn enough from that to figure out an automated way to do it, if that becomes problematic. For instance, if I were to try like rotating these back or rearranging the order, well, that could have other layout impacts. But anyway, that's our next big problem. So the next scheduled time to work on this would be Saturday morning, assuming that there isn't an event going on then. Sometimes in the evening, I also want to make some progress. This project has gotten quite large. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all the subscribers, voluntary and otherwise. I'm just looking to see if I see any other code stuff going on here. There's not a whole lot this morning, actually. How about somebody actually playing Hades? If you're looking for someplace cool to hang out. One of those tough names. Rasengan? Rasengancan? Looks like he's just entering sticks. If a place cool to hang out, someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.